Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Discovery of Magical Reefs. Long before wizards understood the depths of magical power that lay beneath the ocean's surface, the vast underwater world remained largely unexplored territory in the wizarding community. While land-based magic had been studied, cataloged, and mastered over millennia, the mysteries of aquatic magic remained as deep and unfathomable as the trenches themselves. It was not until the late medieval period that intrepid magical explorers first began to uncover the extraordinary phenomenon that would come to be known as reef magic. Imagine yourself standing on the windswept cliffs of the Scottish Highlands, where the North Sea crashes against ancient rocks worn smooth by countless storms. The salt spray carries with it whispers of magic that most wizards never pause to notice. But in those early days of magical exploration, a few extraordinary individuals possessed the vision to look beyond the surface waves. These pioneer wizards recognized that magic, like water itself, flows wherever it can find a path, and the ocean's vast expanse offered infinite possibilities for magical development. The first recorded discovery of magical reef systems dates back to the 13th century, when a young witch named Nerida Volchanova embarked on what many considered a foolhardy expedition into the deeper waters off the coast of Bulgaria. Unlike her contemporaries who focused their studies on terrestrial magic, Nerida possessed an insatiable curiosity about the magical properties of water itself. She had spent years perfecting underwater breathing charms and developing specialized equipment that would allow her to explore the ocean depths for extended periods. On a crisp autumn morning in 1284, Nerida descended beneath the waves equipped with nothing more than her wand, a collection of waterproof parchments, and an unshakable belief that the ocean held secrets waiting to be discovered. As she swam deeper into the azure depths, following schools of fish that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly luminescence, she noticed something that would change the course of magical marine biology forever. The coral formations below her were not merely beautiful. They were alive with magic in ways that defied conventional understanding. Unlike the static beauty of mundane reefs, these underwater structures pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic energy that seemed to match the very heartbeat of the ocean itself. The coral polyps glowed with soft, bioluminescent light that shifted through a spectrum of colors Nerida had never seen before, even in the most advanced color change charms taught at magical schools. As she observed these remarkable formations, Nerida began to understand that she was witnessing something far more complex than simple marine life. The coral appeared to be communicating, sending ripples of colored light across vast distances like a living magical network spanning the ocean floor. Fish and other sea creatures moved through these formations, not randomly but with purpose, as if following invisible magical currents that guided their paths through the underwater landscape. Drawing closer to examine the coral more carefully, Nerida discovered that her own magical energy seemed to resonate with the reef system. When she pointed her wand toward the coral formations, the bioluminescent patterns grew brighter and more intricate, responding to her magical presence with what could only be described as recognition. The coral seemed to sense her magical signature and welcomed her into its ancient network of underwater communication. Through careful observation and experimentation, Nerida documented how these magical reefs possessed properties that went far beyond anything found in terrestrial magical ecosystems. The coral formations appeared to store and amplify magical energy, creating underwater sanctuaries where magic flowed more freely and powerfully than anywhere on land. Schools of fish swimming through these areas displayed enhanced intelligence and coordination, while larger sea creatures showed signs of magical adaptation that suggested generations of exposure to concentrated magical fields. Perhaps most remarkably, Narita discovered that the reef systems seemed to possess a form of collective consciousness. Individual coral polyps worked together to create complex magical patterns that served purposes she was only beginning to understand. Some formations appeared to function as underwater libraries, storing magical knowledge in crystalline structures that could be accessed by those who knew the proper techniques. Others served as communication networks, allowing messages to travel across ocean basins faster than any known magical transportation method. Word of Narita's discoveries spread slowly through the wizarding community, as many scholars initially dismissed her reports as the fantastical imaginings of an overly enthusiastic explorer. The concept of magical coral reefs challenged fundamental assumptions about where and how magic could develop in the natural world. Most wizards had never considered that marine environments might harbor magical phenomena that rivaled or even exceeded the complexity of land-based magical ecosystems. However, as other adventurous wizards began to replicate Narita's explorations, the evidence became impossible to ignore. Magical reefs were discovered in tropical waters around the world, each system unique in its properties and capabilities, yet all sharing the fundamental characteristic of enhanced magical conductivity and storage. These underwater formations represented an entirely new frontier for magical research and exploration. The implications of reef magic extended far beyond academic curiosity. These underwater magical ecosystems offered potential solutions to problems that had plagued wizards for centuries. The coral's ability to store and amplify magical energy suggested applications for everything from advanced potion brewing to large-scale magical construction projects. The communication networks embedded within reef systems opened possibilities for global magical correspondence that could revolutionize how wizards shared knowledge and maintained contact across vast distances. As understanding of reef magic developed, it became clear that these underwater systems had existed for millennia, quietly developing their magical properties while the surface world remained unaware of their existence. Carbon dating of the oldest magical coral formations suggested that some reefs had been accumulating magical energy for thousands of years, creating underwater magical reservoirs of unprecedented power and complexity. The discovery of magical reefs also revealed the interconnected nature of global magical ecosystems. These underwater networks appeared to be linked not only to each other, but also to terrestrial magical phenomena, suggesting that magic flowed through natural channels that connected all magical environments on Earth. Ocean currents carried magical energy between distant reef systems, while underwater magical fields influenced weather patterns and tidal cycles that affected land-based magical communities. The study of reef magic required the development of entirely new branches of magical research. Underwater spellcasting techniques had to be adapted and refined to work effectively in marine environments. Specialized equipment was developed to allow prolonged underwater research, while new preservation methods were created to study coral samples without damaging their delicate magical properties. Perhaps most importantly, the discovery of magical reefs forced the wizarding community to reconsider its relationship with the natural world. These underwater ecosystems demonstrated that magic was not simply a tool to be wielded by witches and wizards, but a fundamental force that shaped and enhanced natural systems in ways that were still being discovered. The coral formations showed that magic could create beauty and complexity that surpassed anything achieved through human spellwork alone. As you contemplate the vast mysteries that lie beneath the ocean's surface, consider this: what other magical wonders might remain hidden in the unexplored depths of our world, waiting for curious minds, brave enough to dive beneath the waves and discover the secrets that have been growing in the darkness for thousands of years. Chapter 3: Guardians of the Deep. In the deepest reaches of magical reef systems, where sunlight fades to memory and bioluminescent coral provides the only illumination ancient guardians have made their homes for countless generations. These are not merely the fish and sea creatures that swim through coral passages, but intelligent beings who have formed complex societies within the living architecture of magical reefs. Tonight, we descend into their world to understand the remarkable civilizations that thrive in harmony with reef magic. The most prominent of these underwater inhabitants are the merpeople, whose settlements within magical reef systems represent some of the oldest continuous civilizations in the wizarding world. Unlike their surface-dwelling cousins, who occasionally venture into shallow coastal waters, the deep reef merpeople have evolved alongside the magical coral formations, developing abilities and customs that reflect their intimate connection to reef magic. Their cities are not built upon the coral, but grown within it, as generations of merpeople have learned to guide and shape the living reef structures to create vast underwater metropolises. Imagine swimming through crystal-clear waters toward one of these settlements, where towers of luminescent coral spiral upward from the ocean floor like organic skyscrapers. Each structure pulses with gentle light that shifts in rhythm with the inhabitants' movements, creating a living cityscape that breathes with magical energy. The architecture defies surface logic, with chambers and passages that expand and contract according to need, doorways that recognize approaching residents and adjust their size accordingly, and windows that provide perfect clarity regardless of water pressure or depth. The relationship between merpeople and magical reefs extends far beyond simple habitation. Over millennia, these underwater dwellers have become integral to the reef ecosystems themselves, serving as cultivators, protectors, and guides for the coral's magical development. Merperson reef tenders work with individual coral polyps, much as surface gardeners tend their plants, encouraging growth in specific directions, enhancing magical properties through careful attention, and ensuring that the delicate balance of the underwater ecosystem remains stable. These guardian communities possess knowledge of reef magic that surpasses even the most dedicated surface researchers. Through generations of close observation and interaction, merpeople have learned to read the subtle changes in coral coloration that indicate shifts in magical energy, to interpret the complex communication patterns that flow through reef networks, and to predict the underwater weather patterns that affect magical potency. Their understanding of tidal magic and lunar influences allows them to time their activities to maximize the effectiveness of their reef cultivation efforts. The social structure of deep reef merpeople reflects their symbiotic relationship with the coral formations. Rather than traditional hierarchies based on age or strength, their communities are organized around magical resonance with different aspects of reef magic. Some individuals demonstrate particular affinity for communication magic, serving as interpreters for the complex messages that flow through coral networks. Others specialize in growth magic, guiding the development of new reef structures or healing damaged formations. Still others focus on protection magic, maintaining the defensive enchantments that shield reef communities from threats both magical and mundane. One of the most fascinating aspects of Merperson Reef Society is their system of ancient pacts with surface wizards. These agreements, some dating back over 1,000 years, establish protocols for interaction between underwater and terrestrial magical communities. The pacts recognize the merpeople's role as guardians of reef magic, while acknowledging the legitimate interests of surface wizards in studying and occasionally harvesting reef materials for magical research and potion making. These underwater treaties are enforced through a complex system of magical markers placed throughout reef territories. Surface wizards who approach protected reef areas encounter gentle but unmistakable warnings, shifts in water temperature, changes in current direction, or the appearance of schools of fish that guide visitors away from sensitive areas. Those who ignore these subtle signals face more direct intervention from merperson patrol groups, who possess the authority to escort unwelcome visitors to neutral waters. The enforcement of reef protection extends beyond simple territorial boundaries. Merperson guardians maintain sophisticated magical monitoring systems that can detect unauthorized harvesting, magical experimentation that might damage reef structures, or the presence of dark magic that could corrupt the delicate balance of underwater ecosystems. Their response to such threats is swift and decisive, employing defensive magics that have been refined over centuries of reef protection. Among the most respected of the reef guardians are the coral speakers, merpeople who have developed the rare ability to communicate directly with the collective consciousness of reef systems. These individuals serve as ambassadors between the coral formations and other inhabitants of the underwater world, translating the slow, deep thoughts of ancient coral colonies into forms that faster-thinking creatures can understand. Through their mediation, conflicts between different species are resolved, resources are allocated fairly, and the overall health of the reef ecosystem is maintained. The coral speakers also play a crucial role in maintaining the ancient knowledge preserved within reef systems. Many coral formations serve as living libraries, storing historical information in crystalline matrices that can be accessed through proper magical techniques. The speakers help researchers navigate these underwater archives, ensuring that valuable information is preserved, while protecting sensitive knowledge from those who might misuse it. Beyond the merpeople, magical reefs host numerous other intelligent species that contribute to the guardian network protecting these underwater sanctuaries. Giant magical sea turtles serve as mobile scouts, traveling between distant reef systems to carry messages and monitor the health of far-flung coral colonies. Their shells, marked with intricate patterns that correspond to specific reef territories, grant them safe passage through even the most heavily protected areas. Schools of enhanced dolphins work as rapid response teams, using their natural echolocation abilities enhanced by reef magic to detect threats at great distances. These creatures can coordinate complex group actions through magical communication networks that allow instantaneous information sharing across vast underwater territories. When danger threatens a reef system, dolphin guardians can mobilize defensive measures faster than any surface-based magical response could manage. Perhaps most mysterious among the reef guardians are the depth keepers, ancient beings whose origins predate even the oldest merperson settlements. These creatures appear to be living manifestations of reef magic itself, taking forms that shift between recognizable sea life and abstract magical energy. They are rarely seen by surface visitors, emerging only when reef systems face existential threats that require intervention beyond the capabilities of more conventional guardians. The Guardian Network protecting magical reefs operates on principles of collective responsibility and mutual support. Each species contributes its unique abilities to the overall defensive strategy, creating layers of protection that adapt to different types of threats. Surface-based magical attacks are countered by merpeople spellcasters working in coordination with enhanced marine life. Attempts to harvest protected coral are frustrated by the coordinated actions of guardian patrols guided by the reef's own warning systems. Even natural disasters are mitigated through the collective magical efforts of the entire guardian community. The success of this guardian network has ensured that magical reef systems continue to thrive, despite increasing pressure from surface civilization. As the wizarding world has grown and expanded, the demand for rare magical materials has intensified, placing greater stress on underwater ecosystems. The reef guardians have adapted to these changing circumstances by developing more sophisticated protection strategies, while maintaining their traditional role as stewards of underwater magical environments. Training new guardians requires years of careful instruction in both magical techniques and ecological understanding. Young merpeople destined for guardian roles undergo extensive education in reef magic theory, underwater combat techniques, and interspecies communication. They learn to read the subtle signs that indicate reef health, to recognize the magical signatures of different threats, and to coordinate their actions with other guardian species. Most importantly, they develop the deep emotional connection to reef magic that motivates lifelong dedication to protection duties. The guardian communities also maintain careful records of their activities, documenting threats, successful defensive actions, and changes in reef conditions over time. These underwater archives provide valuable historical perspective on the long-term evolution of magical reef systems and help current guardians learn from past experiences. The records are kept in specially prepared coral formations that resist deterioration and can be accessed by authorized researchers from both surface and underwater communities. As our exploration of these remarkable guardian societies draws to a close, the bioluminescent glow of reef magic seems to pulse with the steady rhythm of eternal vigilance. In the gentle darkness of the deep ocean, consider this: what drives these underwater guardians to dedicate their lives to protecting magical reefs, and what lessons might their selfless stewardship offer to those of us who seek to preserve the magical wonders of our own world. Chapter 4: Harvesting Reef Materials. The gentle currents that flow through magical reef systems carry with them treasures beyond imagination, materials so infused with concentrated magic that a single fragment can transform the most ordinary potion into something extraordinary. Yet beneath the shimmering surface of these underwater gardens lies a delicate ecosystem where every component serves a vital purpose, and the art of ethical harvesting requires wisdom accumulated over centuries of careful observation and respectful interaction with the reef's living magic. Picture yourself floating weightlessly above a magnificent coral formation, your bubblehead charm providing crystal-clear breathing, while you observe the intricate dance of magical energy that flows through every branch and crevice of the reef structure. Here, the very concept of harvesting takes on new meaning, for these are not simple plants to be cut and gathered, but living magical entities whose continued health depends on maintaining the precise balance that has developed over millennia of undisturbed growth. The most prized of all reef materials are the coral fragments themselves, each piece containing concentrated magical essence that has been slowly accumulated through years of exposure to underwater magical currents. However, the collection of these fragments requires techniques that go far beyond simple breaking or cutting. Master reef harvesters, trained in the ancient protocols established through agreements with mer-person guardians, approach coral formations with the reverence of surgeons, understanding that improper collection can damage not only the immediate coral structure, but the entire magical network of which it forms a part. The process begins with careful observation, as experienced harvesters study the coral formation for signs of natural shedding. Magical coral, unlike its mundane counterparts, periodically releases small fragments as part of its natural growth cycle, allowing these pieces to drift on underwater currents and seed new reef formations in distant locations. These naturally shed fragments retain the full magical potency of their parent formation, while ensuring that harvesting does not damage the living reef structure. Timing is crucial in reef harvesting, as the magical properties of coral materials fluctuate with tidal cycles, lunar phases, and seasonal changes in underwater magical currents. The most potent coral fragments are typically shed during the full moon, when lunar influences reach their peak and the coral's magical energy achieves maximum concentration. Harvesters who understand these natural rhythms can collect materials at precisely the moment when their magical properties are most suitable for specific applications. The varieties of magical coral found within reef systems are as diverse as their applications in magical practice. Deep water formations that grow in the eternal darkness of ocean trenches produce coral with powerful protective properties, ideal for creating shields against dark magic or brewing potions that enhance magical resistance. Shallow water coral, bathed in filtered sunlight and exposed to regular tidal changes, develops properties that enhance communication magic and divination spells. Perhaps the most valuable of all coral types are the rare singing coral formations, whose magical resonance creates hauntingly beautiful melodies that can be heard both above and below the water's surface. Fragments of singing coral are essential components in advanced magical instruments and communication devices, their natural harmonic properties allowing for the creation of magical music that can carry messages across vast distances or heal emotional trauma through therapeutic sound. Beyond coral itself, magical reefs produce numerous other materials of exceptional value to the wizarding community. The waters surrounding active reef systems often contain suspended particles of crystallized magic, microscopic formations that settle in tidal pools during low tide periods. These magical precipitates can be carefully collected using specialized filtering charms, producing powders and essences that serve as catalysts in complex potion brewing and enhance the effectiveness of transformation spells. Seaweed varieties that grow within magical reef environments develop properties unknown in ordinary marine plants. Kelp forests that intertwine with coral formations absorb magical energy through their root systems, producing fronds that can be harvested for use in underwater breathing potions, water-walking charms, and spells that allow land-dwelling creatures to survive and thrive in aquatic environments. The harvesting of magical seaweed requires particular care, as removing too much foliage can disrupt the photosynthetic processes that help maintain the reef's magical energy balance. Among the most spectacular products of magical reef systems are the pearls produced by enhanced mollusks that filter magical energy from reef waters. These creatures, ranging from tiny magical clams to massive underwater oysters the size of cauldrons, create pearls that contain concentrated magical essence in crystalline form. Each pearl represents years of slow accumulation, as the mollusk gradually layers magical nacre around irritants in its shell, creating gems that pulse with stored magical energy. The pearls vary dramatically in their properties depending on the magical characteristics of their reef environment. Pearls from communication-focused reefs develop the ability to store and replay spoken messages, creating natural recording devices that can preserve important magical knowledge for centuries. Protective reef pearls exhibit defensive properties that activate automatically when their bearer faces magical threats. Healing reef pearls can absorb and neutralize curses, making them invaluable components in advanced medical magic. The collection of magical pearls requires the most delicate harvesting techniques of all reef materials. The enhanced mollusks that produce these treasures are intelligent creatures that have formed their own relationships with reef guardians and must be approached with the same respect accorded to any sentient magical being. Harvesters typically offer exchanges rather than simply taking pearls, providing rare nutrients or magical enhancements that benefit the mollusk communities in return for access to their precious creations. Sand from magical reef environments develops unique properties through constant exposure to concentrated magical fields. The grains become tiny reservoirs of magical energy, creating beaches and underwater sandy areas that serve as natural magical laboratories. Carefully collected reef sand can be used in time manipulation spells, magical construction projects, and the creation of portable magical workspaces that retain the beneficial properties of reef environments, even when transported to land-based locations. The harvesting of reef sand requires understanding of the seasonal cycles that affect its magical potency. During certain times of the year, particularly during magical storms when underwater currents reach peak intensity, reef sand becomes supercharged with magical energy. However, these same periods often represent crucial times for reef ecosystem renewal, and ethical harvesters must balance their material needs against the reef's natural cycles of regeneration and growth. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of reef harvesting lies in maintaining the delicate balance between human magical needs and ecosystem preservation. The ancient protocols established through centuries of cooperation between surface wizards and reef guardians specify strict quotas for different types of materials, ensuring that harvesting never exceeds the reef's ability to regenerate naturally. These guidelines require harvesters to maintain detailed records of their activities and submit regular reports to both wizarding authorities and merperson oversight committees. Modern reef harvesting operations employ teams of specialists, each focusing on specific aspects of the collection process. Marine magical biologists monitor reef health and determine sustainable harvesting levels. Underwater spellcasters maintain the complex magical protections that allow land-dwelling wizards to work safely in deep water environments. Negotiation specialists maintain diplomatic relationships with reef guardian communities, ensuring that harvesting activities comply with ancient treaties and current agreements. The transportation of reef materials to surface locations presents its own unique challenges. Many reef-derived materials lose their magical potency if removed too quickly from their underwater environment, requiring specially designed preservation chambers that maintain the pressure, temperature, and magical field conditions of their original reef habitat. These magical storage systems allow reef materials to be transported across continents while retaining their full potency for months or even years after collection. Quality control in reef material harvesting has become increasingly sophisticated as understanding of reef magic has advanced. Modern harvesters use magical testing techniques to assess the purity and potency of collected materials before they leave reef waters, ensuring that only the highest quality specimens reach surface markets. This quality assurance process also helps protect reef ecosystems by preventing the unnecessary collection of inferior materials that provide little magical benefit. The economic impact of reef harvesting extends throughout the wizarding world, supporting not only the harvesters themselves, but entire industries devoted to processing, transportation, and application of reef-derived materials. Specialized potion suppliers focus exclusively on reef components, while magical instrument makers depend on reef materials for their most advanced creations. The sustainable harvesting protocols ensure that this economic activity can continue indefinitely without depleting the reef systems that make it possible. Training for reef harvesting requires years of study combining magical theory, marine biology, and diplomatic skills. Apprentice harvesters learn to identify different coral types by their magical signatures, master the complex underwater spells required for deep water work, and develop the cultural sensitivity needed to work respectfully within guardian-protected reef territories. The most successful harvesters are those who understand that they are not simply collecting materials, but participating in an ancient tradition of cooperation between different magical communities. As the gentle flow of reef currents carries away the last traces of our harvesting activities, leaving the coral formations undisturbed and ready to continue their millennia-long process of magical accumulation, we float quietly in the magical waters that have given so generously of their treasures. In this moment of peaceful reflection, consider this. How might we ensure that our need for magical materials never overwhelms our responsibility to preserve the living magic that creates them? And what does sustainable harvesting teach us about our relationship with the natural magical world? Chapter 5. Underwater Spellcasting. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, where pressure builds with every meter of descent and water becomes an all-encompassing medium, the fundamental nature of magic itself transforms in ways that challenge every assumption about spellwork learned on dry land. Here, in the realm of magical reefs where coral formations pulse with bioluminescent energy, wizards must relearn the very basics of their craft, adapting techniques perfected over centuries to function in an environment that seems designed to resist traditional magical approaches. Picture yourself suspended in crystal-clear reef waters, your bubblehead charm providing precious breath, while schools of luminescent fish circle overhead like living constellations. In your hand, your wand feels different, heavier somehow, as if the water itself adds weight, not just to the physical wood, but to the magical intentions you attempt to channel through it. This is the first lesson every underwater spellcaster must learn. Water does not simply surround magic, it fundamentally alters how magical energy behaves. The density of water creates resistance that affects every aspect of spell performance. Wand movements that produce crisp, precise effects in air become sluggish and imprecise when performed underwater. The elegant flourishes and intricate patterns that characterize advanced spellwork must be completely reconceived for an environment where every gesture fights against liquid resistance. Master underwater spellcasters develop an entirely different vocabulary of movement, using broader, more deliberate motions that work with water's natural flow rather than against it. The challenge begins with the most basic aspect of wand work, the incantations themselves. Speaking clearly underwater requires modifications to traditional spell pronunciation that go far beyond the simple application of bubblehead charms. The magical vibrations that carry incantations through air behave completely differently when transmitted through water, creating acoustic properties that can either enhance or completely nullify spell effectiveness, depending on how they are managed. Experienced underwater casters learn to modulate their voices to take advantage of water's superior acoustic transmission properties. Certain spells actually become more powerful when cast underwater, as the liquid medium carries magical vibrations farther and with greater clarity than air ever could. Summoning charms, communication spells, and divination magic that relies on sound transmission often achieve remarkable range and precision in underwater environments. However, fire-based magic presents particular challenges in aquatic settings. Traditional flame spells require complete reconceptualization to function underwater, leading to the development of specialized techniques that create magical fire capable of burning even while submerged. These underwater flames burn with colors and properties unknown in surface fire magic, often appearing as dancing ribbons of blue, green, or silver light that provide illumination without generating heat in the conventional sense. The magical properties of reef waters themselves introduce additional complexities to underwater spellcasting. The high concentration of magical energy within reef systems can amplify spell effects in unexpected ways, causing carefully calibrated magic to surge beyond intended parameters. Novice underwater casters often find their spells producing effects far more powerful than anticipated, requiring constant adjustment and recalibration of magical output to achieve desired results. Water-resistant wand techniques represent one of the most significant developments in underwater magical practice. Traditional wand cores such as Phoenix Feather or Dragon Heartstring can lose effectiveness when saturated with water, leading to the creation of specialized underwater wands that incorporate materials naturally adapted to aquatic environments. Cores made from magical sea creature parts, kraken tentacle fibers, mermaid scale powder, or coral essence maintain their magical conductivity even under extreme water pressure. The wandwoods used for underwater casting are equally specialized. Driftwood, that has spent decades absorbing magical energy from reef systems, often proves superior to traditional wandwoods for aquatic spellwork. These materials have been naturally conditioned by prolonged exposure to underwater magical fields, developing grain patterns and magical resonances that enhance rather than resist water-based spell transmission. Bubblehead charms, while essential for basic underwater survival, create their own complications for advanced spellcasting. The magical bubble surrounding the caster's head can interfere with spell projection, creating a barrier that must be carefully managed to avoid deflecting magical energy back toward the caster. Master underwater wizards learn to shape their bubblehead charms with precision, creating openings and channels that allow spell energy to flow freely while maintaining breathable air supplies. Advanced practitioners develop techniques for casting spells directly through water without relying on air-filled spaces. These methods require fundamental changes in how magical energy is focused and projected, treating water not as an obstacle to overcome, but as a medium to be embraced and utilized. Spells cast this way often exhibit flowing, organic characteristics that mirror the movement of water itself, creating magical effects that seem to swim through the liquid environment. The unique challenges of underwater dueling have led to the development of entirely new categories of defensive and offensive magic. Traditional shield charms must be modified to account for the three-dimensional nature of underwater combat, where attacks can come from any direction, including directly above or below. Underwater duelists learn to create spherical protective barriers rather than the flat shields used in surface combat, encasing themselves in magical bubbles that deflect attacks from all angles. Offensive magic underwater takes advantage of water's properties to create devastating new attack forms. Pressure wave spells use water's incompressible nature to transmit crushing force across vast distances, while current manipulation charms can trap opponents in powerful whirlpools or drag them into dangerous reef formations. The most skilled underwater duelists learn to weaponize the reef environment itself, causing coral formations to grow rapidly, to entangle enemies, or directing schools of enhanced fish to create confusion and distraction. Movement magic undergoes complete transformation in underwater environments. Traditional levitation and flying charms prove useless in water, replaced by specialized swimming enhancement spells that allow wizards to move through liquid environments with the grace and speed of natural aquatic creatures. These spells must account for water pressure changes, current flows, and the three-dimensional navigation challenges that simply do not exist in land-based magical transportation. The magical properties of different water depths create distinct spellcasting environments that require specialized techniques. Surface waters, where sunlight penetrates and tidal forces create constant movement, support certain types of magic more effectively than others. Communication spells and divination magic work particularly well in these dynamic environments, taking advantage of the constant energy exchange between air and water to achieve enhanced clarity and range. Mid-depth reef waters, where coral formations create complex magical field interactions, provide ideal conditions for transformation magic and healing spells. The stable magical environment and high energy concentration allow for precise magical work that would be difficult to achieve in the chaotic surface waters or the high-pressure depths. Many underwater magical hospitals and research facilities are located at these optimal depths within reef systems. Deep water spellcasting requires techniques adapted to extreme pressure and perpetual darkness. Magic performed at these depths often takes on qualities that reflect the alien environment, creating spells that seem to move with the slow, deliberate pace of deep ocean currents. Divination magic cast in deep waters can access ancient magical memories stored in the ocean floor, while protective magic draws on the immense pressure of the depths to create barriers of extraordinary strength. Temperature variations within reef systems create additional challenges for underwater spellcasters. Cold water currents can slow magical energy transmission, requiring compensatory techniques to maintain spell effectiveness. Warm water areas near thermal vents often accelerate magical processes beyond safe parameters, demanding careful magical control to prevent spell effects from spiraling out of control. The interaction between lunar phases and underwater magic creates timing considerations unknown in surface spellcasting. Tidal magic reaches peak intensity during full and new moons, amplifying spell effects in ways that can overwhelm unprepared casters. Experienced underwater wizards learn to schedule their most important magical work around these lunar cycles, taking advantage of peak magical conditions while avoiding periods when amplified effects might prove dangerous. Group casting underwater requires coordination techniques that account for the communication challenges of the aquatic environment. Visual signals replace verbal coordination, while magical linking spells allow multiple casters to synchronize their efforts despite the difficulties of underwater communication. Large-scale magical projects in reef environments often involve dozens of casters working in carefully choreographed harmony, their combined efforts guided by master coordinators who have spent decades perfecting underwater group magic techniques. The preservation of magical knowledge underwater has led to the development of specialized record-keeping spells that function reliably in aquatic environments. Underwater magical libraries use coral-based storage systems that integrate written knowledge with the living reef structure, creating libraries that grow and evolve over time while maintaining perfect preservation of their contents. These systems require unique cataloging and retrieval spells that navigate the three-dimensional complexity of coral-based storage networks. Emergency spellcasting underwater focuses on rapid response to the unique dangers of aquatic environments. Pressure equalization charms prevent decompression injuries during rapid ascent or descent, while emergency communication spells can summon help across vast underwater distances. Master underwater emergency response wizards maintain specialized equipment, caches at various depths, allowing for rapid deployment of rescue magic when reef systems face natural disasters or magical accidents. As our exploration of underwater spellcasting techniques draws to a close, the gentle current that carries us through this magical reef seems to whisper secrets of adaptation and innovation. In the flowing darkness where bioluminescent coral provides the only light, consider this. What does the fundamental transformation of magic in aquatic environments teach us about the adaptable nature of magical knowledge, and how might the lessons learned in underwater spellcasting enhance our understanding of magic in all its forms. Chapter 6. Tidal Magic and Lunar Influences. Above the endless expanse of reef-dotted ocean, the moon hangs like a silver pendant against the star-scattered darkness, its ancient light penetrating the waters to touch coral formations that have waited millennia for this celestial dance. Where the rhythmic pulse of tides marks time in a language older than human civilization, magical forces ebb and flow with a power that dwarfs even the most accomplished land-based spellwork, creating phenomena that transform our understanding of how celestial bodies influence magical practice. Imagine yourself floating just beneath the surface of a magical reef lagoon during the full moon, your body gently rising and falling with the slow breath of tidal movement. Around you, the coral formations begin to glow more brightly as lunar energy penetrates the water, their bioluminescent patterns shifting from soft pastels to brilliant jewel tones that pulse in perfect synchronization with the moon's phases. This is tidal magic at its most pure, a fusion of celestial influence, aquatic power, and living coral consciousness that creates magical opportunities impossible to replicate in any land-based environment. The relationship between lunar cycles and reef magic operates on principles that reveal the fundamental interconnectedness of all magical phenomena. As the moon waxes from new to full, its gravitational influence does more than simply move ocean waters. It actively concentrates magical energy within reef systems, drawing ambient magical forces from across vast oceanic expanses and focusing them within coral formations like enormous living lenses. The coral themselves serve as magical accumulators, storing lunar energy during peak phases and releasing it gradually as the moon wanes. During the new moon, when lunar influence reaches its minimum, reef magic takes on qualities of introspection and preparation. The coral formations seem to rest, their bioluminescent displays dimming to barely perceptible glows, while magical energy flows inward, consolidating and strengthening the fundamental magical matrices that support reef consciousness. This period provides ideal conditions for deep magical research, as the reduced external influences allow researchers to observe the basic magical processes that operate within reef systems without the amplification effects of stronger lunar phases. As the moon begins to wax, reef magic gradually awakens with increasing intensity. The first quarter moon brings enhancement of communication magic, as coral networks become more responsive to external magical input and begin transmitting information across greater distances with improved clarity. Magical messages sent during this phase can travel between reef systems separated by thousands of miles, carried on underwater currents that have been charged with concentrated lunar energy. The waxing gibbous moon creates conditions ideal for growth magic and healing applications. Coral formations damaged by storms or magical accidents demonstrate remarkable regenerative abilities during this phase, regrowing complex structures in days rather than the years such healing would normally require. Magical creatures dwelling within reef systems show enhanced vitality and reproductive success, while potions brewed with reef materials during this lunar phase exhibit extraordinary healing properties that persist long after the moon has moved through other phases. But it is during the full moon that reef magic reaches its most spectacular manifestation. The complete lunar disk acts as a perfect magical lens, focusing celestial energy into underwater environments with intensity that can be overwhelming to unprepared observers. Coral formations that normally glow with gentle phosphorescence burst into brilliant displays of light that can be seen from the ocean surface, creating underwater auroras of swirling color that dance through reef passages like living rainbows. The magical effects of full moon reef energy extend far beyond simple visual spectacle. Spells cast during peak lunar influence within reef environments exhibit power levels that can exceed normal magical output by orders of magnitude. Simple levitation charms become capable of moving massive coral boulders, while communication spells can reach across entire ocean basins to deliver messages with perfect clarity. However, this amplification comes with corresponding risks, as magical energy that surges beyond a caster's ability to control can create dangerous feedback effects or spell failures with catastrophic consequences. Experienced reef magic practitioners learn to prepare for full moon periods with the same care that surface wizards reserve for working with the most volatile magical materials. Protective enchantments must be reinforced to handle amplified energy flows, while spellcasting techniques require modification to account for the increased magical sensitivity of reef environments. Even simple spells can produce unexpected results when cast during peak lunar influence, making careful preparation and conservative magical approaches essential for safe practice. The waning phases of the lunar cycle bring their own unique magical opportunities within reef systems. As lunar energy gradually decreases, reef magic takes on qualities of release and transformation. The waning gibbous moon provides ideal conditions for banishment magic and curse removal, as the decreasing lunar influence helps draw negative magical influences away from their targets. Many underwater magical healers schedule their most challenging curse-breaking work during this phase, taking advantage of the natural magical currents that flow away from reef systems toward the open ocean. During the last quarter moon, reef magic focuses on preservation and protection. Coral formations seem to consolidate their magical gains from the previous lunar cycle, reinforcing their structural integrity and strengthening the magical networks that connect different parts of reef systems. This phase provides excellent conditions for creating long-term magical protections and establishing wards that will remain stable through multiple lunar cycles. Tidal movements themselves create additional layers of magical complexity within reef environments. The twice-daily rhythm of high and low tides generates mechanical energy that coral formations convert into usable magical power through biological processes that remain incompletely understood, even by the most advanced magical researchers. Each tidal cycle brings fresh magical energy into reef systems, while carrying away magical waste products that might otherwise accumulate to toxic levels. High tide periods concentrate magical energy within reef systems as water depth increases and external magical influences penetrate more deeply into coral formations. Many underwater magical rituals are scheduled to coincide with high tide, taking advantage of the increased magical saturation to achieve results that would be impossible during low water periods. The additional water pressure during high tide also helps stabilize magical energy, reducing the volatility that can make reef magic difficult to control. Low tide creates entirely different magical conditions, as reduced water depth allows lunar and solar influences to penetrate reef systems more directly. Tidal pools exposed during extreme low tides become natural magical laboratories, where concentrated reef energy combines with direct celestial influence to create small pockets of extraordinarily potent magical activity. These temporary magical hotspots provide opportunities for advanced magical research and potion brewing that exist nowhere else in the natural world. The interaction between tidal cycles and lunar phases creates complex magical patterns that experienced reef workers learn to predict and utilize. Spring tides, which occur during new and full moons when solar and lunar influences align, generate the most powerful tidal magic effects. During these periods, the combination of extreme tidal ranges and peak lunar energy creates magical conditions so intense that even master practitioners approach reef work with extreme caution. Neap tides, occurring during quarter moon phases when solar and lunar influences partially cancel each other, provide periods of relative magical stability within reef systems. These calmer magical conditions are ideal for delicate work that requires precise control, such as coral cultivation, magical creature breeding programs, or the construction of permanent magical installations within reef environments. Seasonal variations in lunar and tidal influences create annual cycles of magical activity within reef systems that reflect the broader rhythms of natural magical phenomena. Summer months, when the moon's path through the sky reaches its highest point, concentrate lunar energy more directly into reef systems located in temperate and tropical zones. Winter months bring more oblique lunar angles that distribute energy differently through reef formations, creating seasonal variations in magical potency that affect everything from coral growth rates to magical creature behavior. The study of lunar and tidal influences on reef magic has revealed principles that apply to magical practice far beyond underwater environments. The gravitational forces that move ocean waters also affect magical energy in subtle ways that influence terrestrial spellcasting, particularly magic performed near large bodies of water or during periods of extreme tidal activity. Many coastal magical communities schedule important magical work around lunar phases and tidal cycles, recognizing that these celestial influences extend their effects well beyond the boundaries of reef systems. Advanced practitioners of reef magic learn to create magical instruments that can store and regulate tidal and lunar energy for use when natural conditions are unfavorable. These devices, often incorporating specially prepared coral materials and crystallized tidal essences, allow for consistent magical work regardless of immediate celestial conditions. However, the most powerful reef magic still requires direct exposure to natural lunar and tidal influences, making timing and location crucial factors in achieving optimal magical results. The prediction of optimal magical conditions within reef systems requires understanding not only basic lunar and tidal cycles, but also the complex interactions between celestial influences and local magical phenomena. Weather patterns, underwater current flows, and seasonal changes in coral activity all affect how lunar and tidal energy manifests within specific reef environments. Master reef magic practitioners develop intuitive understanding of these complex interactions, learning to sense approaching optimal conditions, days or even weeks before they occur. Training in lunar and tidal magic typically begins with extended observation periods, where students learn to perceive the subtle changes in magical energy that accompany celestial cycles. This foundational training develops sensitivity to magical fluctuations that proves essential for safe practice in reef environments, where amplified energy levels can overwhelm practitioners who lack proper preparation and awareness. As the moon begins its slow arc toward the horizon, and tidal currents shift around the coral formations that have witnessed countless such celestial cycles, the eternal dance between sky and sea continues its ancient rhythm. In the gentle phosphorescent glow that marks the transition between lunar phases, consider this: how might understanding the vast cycles of celestial influence change our perception of magic's place in the natural order? And what wisdom can we gain from observing how reef magic harmonizes with forces far greater than any individual spell or enchantment? Chapter 7. Ancient Reef Civilizations. In the deepest archaeological layers of magical reef systems, where time itself seems suspended in crystalline coral formations, lie the remnants of civilizations so ancient that their existence predates written history by millennia. These lost underwater cities, built not upon the ocean floor, but grown within the living architecture of prehistoric coral reefs, represent achievements in magical engineering and social organization that challenge our understanding of how magical civilizations develop and why they ultimately disappear into the depths of forgotten time. Envision yourself descending through layers of magical coral that serve as living geological strata, each level representing centuries of growth and magical accumulation. As you pass through the vibrant upper reaches where current reef dwellers make their homes, the coral formations begin to show increasingly ancient characteristics, structures that exhibit architectural principles unknown to modern reef builders, magical resonances that hum with power sources long since forgotten, and inscriptions in scripts that predate any known magical writing system. The discovery of these ancient reef civilizations began in the early 20th century when magical archaeologist Dr. Lysander Clearwater noticed anomalies in the deep coral formations off the coast of what is now the Aegean Sea. While conducting research on reef magic propagation patterns, Dr. Clearwater observed that certain coral sections exhibited organized geometric patterns too precise and complex to have occurred through natural growth processes. Further investigation revealed that these formations were not naturally occurring coral at all, but the preserved remains of structures built by an unknown civilization that had learned to integrate their architecture so completely with living reef systems that the buildings themselves had become indistinguishable from natural coral growth. The civilization that Dr. Clearwater discovered, now known to researchers as the Abyssal Architects, had achieved a level of harmony between magical engineering and natural coral biology that surpasses anything accomplished by modern reef builders. Their cities were not constructed within coral reefs, but were grown as extensions of the coral organisms themselves, creating urban environments that lived and breathed with the natural rhythms of reef ecosystems, while supporting populations that may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Abyssal Architects possessed understanding of coral magic that allowed them to guide and accelerate natural growth processes, directing coral polyps to create specific architectural forms while maintaining the biological vitality essential for reef health. Their buildings grew organically from the reef matrix, with chambers that expanded and contracted according to tidal cycles, walls that filtered seawater to provide natural air conditioning, and transportation systems that utilized the coral's own circulation networks to move inhabitants throughout their underwater metropolises. The scale of these ancient cities defies imagination. Sonar mapping of the best preserved abyssal architect sites reveals urban complexes that extend for dozens of square miles across the ocean floor, with vertical structures that rise nearly a mile from the seafloor toward the surface. These massive coral towers, hollow throughout their length and divided into countless chambers and passages, could have housed entire populations while maintaining perfect integration with the surrounding reef ecosystem. Perhaps most remarkably, the Abyssal Architects appear to have developed coral cultivation techniques that allowed them to create specialized coral varieties for specific urban functions. Archaeological samples reveal coral formations that served as living libraries, their crystalline matrices encoding information in biological storage systems that remain functional after thousands of years of preservation. Other coral varieties appear to have functioned as transportation networks, with tube-like structures that could move individuals and materials throughout the city using pressure differentials generated by tidal flows. The magical achievements of the Abyssal Architects extended far beyond architectural innovation. Deep within their preserved cities, researchers have discovered coral formations that appear to be fossilized magical instruments of extraordinary complexity. These organic devices, grown rather than constructed, seem to have been capable of manipulating magical energy on scales that dwarf modern magical engineering. Some formations show evidence of having been used to control weather patterns across entire ocean basins, while others appear to have facilitated communication networks that could span global distances instantaneously. The artistic achievements preserved within these ancient reef cities reveal a culture that valued beauty and creativity alongside technological advancement. Coral sculptures of breathtaking complexity fill public spaces within the ruins, their forms flowing seamlessly between representational art and functional architecture. These works demonstrate mastery of coral magic that allowed artists to guide growth processes with such precision that they could create sculptures that continued to evolve and change even after the civilization that created them had vanished. Evidence suggests that the Abyssal Architects were not the only advanced civilization to flourish within ancient reef systems. Subsequent archaeological expeditions have identified at least 3 other distinct cultural groups that achieved comparable levels of coral magic mastery, each developing unique approaches to reef-based civilization. The spiral builders, discovered in Pacific reef systems, specialized in helical architectural forms that seem to have been designed to harness rotational energy from ocean currents. The deep carvers, found in Atlantic reef sites, created vast underground coral cities that extend miles beneath the ocean floor through a network of caves and tunnels grown within the reef matrix. Most mysterious of all are the luminous weavers, whose cities can be identified primarily by the extraordinary bioluminescent displays that continue to operate within their ruins. These ancient structures pulse with patterns of light so complex and beautiful that they appear to be three-dimensional musical compositions rendered in living illumination. The magical energy sources that power these displays have operated continuously for millennia, suggesting mastery of energy storage and regulation techniques that remain beyond modern understanding. The technologies developed by these ancient reef civilizations included applications of coral magic that seem almost miraculous by contemporary standards. Preserved coral formations show evidence of having been used to purify seawater on massive scales, removing not only physical contaminants, but also neutralizing magical pollution that might otherwise have damaged reef ecosystems. Other formations appear to have served as massive magical batteries, storing energy collected from lunar and tidal influences for use during periods of celestial minimum. Perhaps most intriguingly, some ancient reef sites contain coral formations that seem to have been used for large-scale temporal magic. These structures show temporal anomalies that suggest their builders may have achieved limited mastery over time itself, creating zones within their cities where time flowed at different rates or even backward in limited circumstances. The implications of such capabilities for understanding the relationship between magic and fundamental physical forces continue to challenge researchers studying these ancient achievements. The decline and disappearance of these advanced reef civilizations remains one of the greatest mysteries in magical archaeology. Evidence suggests that all the major ancient reef cultures vanished within a relatively short historical period, leaving behind no clear explanation for their simultaneous collapse. Some theories propose that a global magical catastrophe disrupted the delicate balance between coral magic and civilization that these cultures had maintained. Others suggest that the civilizations may have transcended physical existence entirely, transforming themselves into pure magical energy that merged with the reef systems they had spent millennia perfecting. Climate evidence preserved within coral formations suggests that the ancient reef civilizations may have faced environmental challenges similar to those confronting modern magical communities. Rising sea levels, changing ocean temperatures, and shifts in magical energy distribution appear to have affected ancient reef systems much as they influence contemporary underwater environments. The responses of ancient civilizations to these challenges, some successful, others apparently catastrophic, provide valuable insights for modern reef conservation efforts. The artistic and cultural achievements preserved within ancient reef ruins reveal sophisticated societies that valued knowledge, beauty, and harmony with natural magical systems. Coral libraries within these sites contain vast archives of information encoded in biological matrices that researchers are only beginning to learn how to decode. The knowledge preserved in these living archives includes advanced magical techniques, philosophical treatises on the nature of coral consciousness, and historical records that extend our understanding of magical civilization back tens of thousands of years. The influence of ancient reef civilizations on modern magical practice extends far beyond academic interest. Techniques developed by these cultures continue to inform contemporary approaches to coral magic, reef conservation, and underwater magical engineering. The sustainable integration of civilization and reef ecosystem achieved by ancient cultures provides models for modern development that could help address current challenges facing magical reef systems. Archaeological work within ancient reef sites requires specialized techniques that balance research needs with preservation requirements for these irreplaceable historical resources. Modern archaeological methods include coral-safe excavation procedures, biological preservation techniques that maintain the viability of living coral archives, and magical dating methods that can accurately determine the age of organic magical materials. Training programs for reef archaeology combine traditional archaeological methods with marine magical biology, coral magic theory, and underwater excavation techniques. Archaeologists working in reef environments must understand not only how to interpret ancient remains, but also how to work within living reef ecosystems, without disrupting the delicate biological and magical balances that keep these environments healthy. International cooperation in reef archaeology has become essential as researchers recognize that ancient reef civilizations were global phenomena that cannot be understood through study of individual sites alone. Collaborative research programs share findings across national boundaries, creating comprehensive pictures of ancient reef cultures that reveal the interconnected nature of global magical civilization in prehistoric times. The preservation of ancient reef sites faces ongoing challenges from modern development pressures, climate change, and the natural processes of reef growth and decay. Conservation efforts must balance the need to protect archaeological resources with the importance of maintaining healthy reef ecosystems for contemporary magical communities and natural coral organisms. As we rise slowly through the architectural layers of these ancient coral cities, passing chambers and passages that once bustled with life from civilizations whose achievements still challenge our understanding, the weight of deep time settles around us like the pressure of ocean depths. A luminescent glow of coral formations that continue their patient growth above the ruins of forgotten greatness. Consider this. What lessons do these vanished civilizations offer about the relationship between magical achievement and environmental harmony, and how might their ultimate fate inform our own efforts to build sustainable magical communities within the living systems of our world? Chapter 8. Reef Magic in Modern Wizarding Medicine. In the floating medical wards anchored above magical reef systems, where hospital chambers drift gently with tidal currents, and healing spells draw power directly from coral formations below, a revolution in wizarding medicine has emerged that transforms our understanding of magical healing. Here, where the ancient wisdom of reef magic meets modern medical innovation, practitioners have discovered therapeutic possibilities that extend far beyond traditional healing methods, creating treatment modalities that work in harmony with the body's natural magical rhythms, rather than simply overwhelming illness with brute magical force. Picture yourself entering one of these remarkable underwater medical facilities, your bubble head charm adjusted to allow you to breathe the specially treated air that carries trace amounts of coral essence and sea minerals. The walls around you pulse with gentle bioluminescence from integrated coral formations, their rhythmic glow synchronized with your heartbeat through diagnostic spells that monitor your vital signs in real time. This is healing magic at its most sophisticated, where the therapeutic environment itself participates actively in the recovery process, rather than serving merely as a passive container for medical procedures. The foundation of reef-based medicine lies in the unique properties of coral magic that make these underwater ecosystems natural healing environments. Coral formations naturally generate magical fields that promote cellular regeneration, reduce inflammation, and accelerate the body's innate healing processes. Unlike land-based healing magic that typically requires active spell maintenance, coral magic provides continuous therapeutic effects that operate automatically, creating healing environments where recovery occurs as a natural consequence of simply being present within the magical field. Modern magical medical researchers have identified specific coral varieties that produce targeted healing effects for different types of injuries and illnesses. Deep water coral formations that grow in high-pressure environments generate magical fields particularly effective for treating bone fractures and joint disorders. Their pressure-resistant properties, translating into spells that can strengthen skeletal structures and improve bone density. Shallow water coral that experiences regular tidal exposure produces magic, especially beneficial for circulatory problems, as the rhythmic pressure changes of their natural environment create therapeutic fields that improve blood flow and cardiac function. The development of coral-based potions represents one of the most significant advances in magical medicine since the discovery of phoenix tears. Healing drafts brewed with coral essence demonstrate remarkable stability and potency, maintaining their therapeutic properties for months or even years without degradation. More importantly, coral-based medicines exhibit adaptive properties that allow them to adjust their effects according to the specific needs of individual patients, creating personalized treatments that conventional potions cannot match. The brewing process for coral-based medicines requires techniques that preserve the living magical properties of coral materials while extracting their therapeutic essences. Traditional potion-making methods that rely on heat and chemical extraction prove too harsh for coral ingredients, destroying the delicate magical matrices that give reef materials their unique healing properties. Modern coral medicine practitioners have developed cold brewing techniques that use tidal pressure and lunar energy to gently extract therapeutic compounds without damaging their magical integrity. Perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of reef-based medicine is the practice of immersion therapy, where patients spend extended periods within carefully controlled reef environments designed to provide therapeutic benefits through direct exposure to coral magic. These treatment programs, typically lasting several weeks, allow coral formations to work gradually on deep-seated magical injuries and chronic conditions that resist conventional healing approaches. Patients live within specially designed reef chambers, where coral magic can address not only physical symptoms, but also underlying magical imbalances that contribute to illness. The psychological benefits of reef-based medical treatment have proven as significant as the physical healing effects. The serene underwater environment, with its gentle lighting and rhythmic tidal movements, creates naturally meditative conditions that reduce stress and promote mental healing. Many patients report that their time in reef medical facilities provides not only physical recovery, but also spiritual renewal that helps them develop healthier relationships with their own magical abilities. Specialized reef therapy programs have been developed for treating magical exhaustion, a condition that affects wizards who have overextended their magical capabilities through intensive spellcasting or exposure to dangerous magical energies. Traditional treatments for magical exhaustion typically require complete magical rest, leaving patients unable to use magic for weeks or months while their magical cores recover. Reef therapy allows for active magical rehabilitation, where patients can gradually rebuild their magical strength while working within the supportive environment of coral magic that prevents re-injury and accelerates recovery. The treatment of curse damage represents another area where reef medicine has achieved remarkable success. Coral formations possess natural purification properties that can neutralize many types of dark magic, breaking down curse energies and neutralizing their harmful effects. Patients suffering from curse damage often show dramatic improvement after exposure to specialized coral formations that have been cultivated specifically for their anti-curse properties. These therapeutic corals can distinguish between harmful magical influences and beneficial magic, selectively removing negative effects while preserving and strengthening positive magical energies. Pain management through reef magic offers alternatives to traditional analgesic potions that often produce unwanted side effects or dependency issues. Coral-based pain relief works by harmonizing the patient's magical energy rather than simply blocking pain signals, creating therapeutic effects that address underlying causes of pain rather than merely masking symptoms. Patients receiving coral pain therapy often experience not only immediate relief, but also long-term improvements in their condition, as coral magic helps restore natural balance to damaged magical systems. The development of coral-enhanced surgical techniques has revolutionized magical medical procedures that require precision manipulation of internal magical energies. Surgical instruments grown from specially cultivated coral provide unprecedented sensitivity to magical fields, allowing surgeons to perform delicate operations on magical organs and energy channels with accuracy impossible using traditional tools. These living instruments can adapt their properties in real time during surgical procedures, responding to changing conditions within the patient's magical system to optimize surgical outcomes. Rehabilitation programs for patients recovering from serious magical injuries incorporate coral magic to accelerate healing while preventing complications that often arise during recovery periods. Physical therapy conducted within reef environments allows patients to rebuild strength and mobility, while coral magic supports cellular regeneration and prevents scar tissue formation. The buoyancy of water reduces stress on healing tissues, while coral magic provides continuous therapeutic support throughout the rehabilitation process. Research into coral magic's effects on aging and longevity has revealed promising applications for extending healthy magical lifespan. Regular exposure to certain coral formations appears to slow the natural degradation of magical abilities that typically accompanies aging, helping elderly wizards maintain their spellcasting capabilities well beyond normal expectations. While reef magic cannot halt aging entirely, it can significantly improve quality of life for aging magical populations by preserving cognitive function and maintaining magical vitality. The treatment of magical creature injuries has benefited enormously from advances in reef-based medicine. Many magical creatures show remarkable affinity for coral healing environments, often recovering from injuries more quickly in reef medical facilities than in traditional veterinary settings. The natural magical compatibility between coral formations and various magical creatures creates therapeutic synergies that enhance healing for both common magical pets and rare exotic species. Coral-based diagnostic techniques have enhanced the accuracy of magical medical assessment by providing continuous monitoring of patient magical status throughout treatment processes. Diagnostic coral formations can detect subtle changes in magical energy patterns that indicate developing health problems long before symptoms become apparent through conventional examination methods. This early detection capability allows for preventive treatments that can address health issues before they become serious medical problems. Training programs for reef-based medical practitioners combine traditional magical medicine education with specialized instruction in coral magic, underwater medical procedures, and marine magical biology. Medical students studying reef medicine must develop expertise in underwater spellcasting, coral cultivation, and the unique challenges of providing medical care in aquatic environments. The most successful reef medicine practitioners are those who understand that they are working in partnership with living coral systems rather than simply using coral as a medical tool. International certification standards for reef-based medical facilities ensure that patients receive consistent quality care regardless of where they seek treatment. These standards address everything from coral cultivation and maintenance procedures to patient safety protocols and emergency response capabilities. Regular inspections by qualified marine medical authorities help maintain the high standards essential for safe and effective reef-based medical practice. The economics of reef-based medicine present both opportunities and challenges for healthcare accessibility. While the initial costs of establishing reef medical facilities are substantial, the long-term operational costs are often lower than conventional magical hospitals due to the self-sustaining nature of coral-based healing systems. However, ensuring that reef-based medical care remains accessible to patients of all economic backgrounds requires careful attention to pricing policies and insurance coverage issues. Research into new applications of reef magic in medicine continues to expand the therapeutic possibilities offered by coral-based treatments. Current investigations include the use of coral magic for treating magical mental health conditions, developing coral-based vaccines for magical diseases, and creating coral-enhanced prosthetics for patients who have lost magical organs or limbs. The potential applications seem limited only by our growing understanding of how coral magic interacts with biological and magical systems. Environmental considerations in reef-based medicine require careful balance between medical needs and reef ecosystem conservation. Medical facilities must ensure that their operations do not damage the coral formations that provide their therapeutic capabilities, while also maintaining the natural balance of reef ecosystems. Sustainable medical practices include coral rotation systems that prevent overuse of individual formations and cultivation programs that expand therapeutic coral populations without disrupting natural reef development. As the gentle currents carry healing energy through the coral chambers where modern medicine meets ancient magical wisdom, the soft bioluminescent glow seems to pulse with the rhythm of countless lives restored to health and vitality. In this peaceful underwater sanctuary, where science and magic work together to heal both body and spirit, consider this. How might the holistic approach of reef-based medicine, which treats patients as integral parts of larger magical ecosystems, transform our understanding of health and healing in ways that benefit not only individual patients, but entire magical communities. Chapter 9. Communication Across the Depths. Beneath the vast expanse of open ocean, where conventional magical communication methods falter against the immense distances and crushing pressures of deep water, an ancient network of reef-based message systems pulses with activity that connects underwater magical communities across the globe. This remarkable communication infrastructure, built upon the natural networking capabilities of coral formations and enhanced by centuries of magical innovation, represents the most sophisticated long-distance communication system ever developed by any magical civilization. Envision yourself floating within the central communication chamber of a major reef hub, where massive coral formations have been cultivated into living message processors that can encode, transmit, and decode magical communications with speed and accuracy that surpasses even the most advanced surface communication spells. Around you, streams of colored light flow through coral passages like liquid information, carrying messages between continents with efficiency that makes conventional owl posts seem quaint by comparison. This is communication magic at its most elegant, where biological systems and spell work merge to create information networks that span the planet's oceans. The foundation of reef communication lies in the natural properties of coral formations that allow them to transmit magical energy across vast distances with minimal loss or distortion. Unlike land-based communication spells that weaken rapidly over distance and can be disrupted by magical interference, coral-based communication systems use the ocean itself as a transmission medium, taking advantage of water's superior magical conductivity to maintain signal strength across transoceanic distances. The result is communication capability that connects magical communities separated by thousands of miles as easily as if they were in adjacent rooms. The development of reef communication networks began with the discovery that certain coral formations naturally resonated at frequencies that could carry information embedded within their bioluminescent displays. Early underwater communication pioneers learned to modulate these natural light patterns to encode simple messages, creating the first crude but effective underwater telegraph systems. Over centuries of refinement, these techniques evolved into sophisticated communication protocols that can transmit not only text and voice messages, but also complex magical formulas, three-dimensional images, and even limited emotional impressions. Modern reef communication systems utilize specialized coral formations that have been bred and cultivated specifically for their information processing capabilities. These communication corals possess enhanced memory storage, faster processing speeds, and improved signal amplification compared to their natural counterparts. The most advanced communication reefs can maintain dozens of simultaneous conversation channels while routing messages between multiple destinations and automatically translating between different magical languages and communication protocols. The encoding process for reef-based messages involves converting information into patterns of magical energy that can be stored within coral matrices and transmitted through underwater magical fields. Text messages are converted into sequences of magical pulses that correspond to letters and words, while voice communications are encoded as complex waveforms that preserve not only the words, but also the speaker's tone, inflection, and magical signature. Visual information requires even more sophisticated encoding techniques that translate images into multidimensional magical patterns, capable of reconstruction at the receiving location. The transmission process takes advantage of the global network of magical currents that flow through ocean basins like underwater highways for magical energy. Communication coral formations can tap into these current systems to send encoded messages across vast distances, using the natural flow of magical energy to carry information from one reef system to another. The ocean's magical currents provide both the power source and the transmission medium for reef communication, creating a self-sustaining communication network that requires no external energy input. Message routing through reef communication networks operates through a sophisticated system of relay stations positioned at strategic locations throughout the world's oceans. These relay coral formations receive incoming messages, analyze their destination information, and automatically forward them toward the appropriate target location using the most efficient available route. The routing system can adapt to changing ocean conditions, magical interference, and network congestion to ensure reliable message delivery, even under challenging circumstances. The speed of reef communication varies depending on distance, route complexity, and current ocean conditions, but typically far exceeds conventional magical communication methods. Messages between reef systems on the same continent often arrive within minutes of transmission, while intercontinental communications usually complete within hours, rather than the days or weeks required by surface-based magical postal systems. Emergency communications can be given priority routing that ensures delivery within minutes even across global distances. Security within reef communication networks relies on multiple layers of protection that make unauthorized interception extremely difficult. Messages are encoded using coral-specific magical signatures that are nearly impossible to duplicate without access to the original coral formations. Additional encryption involves magical keys generated by the biological processes of communication coral, creating security codes that change continuously and cannot be cracked without detailed knowledge of coral biology and magical theory. The role of magical sea creatures as message carriers provides backup communication capabilities for situations where coral networks are unavailable or compromised. Enhanced dolphins, giant magical sea turtles, and specially trained magical fish serve as living couriers capable of carrying urgent messages between distant reef systems. These creature-based communication methods, while slower than coral networks, provide essential redundancy that ensures communication capability even when technical systems fail. Emergency communication protocols within reef networks prioritize critical messages and provide rapid response capabilities for crisis situations. Distress signals from magical communities under attack, medical emergencies requiring specialized treatment, or natural disasters threatening reef systems receive automatic priority routing that bypasses normal message queues. Emergency communications can trigger automated response systems that mobilize rescue resources and coordinate assistance efforts across multiple reef communities. The integration of reef communication systems with surface-based magical communication networks has created hybrid systems that extend the reach and reliability of both underwater and terrestrial communication methods. Surface communication stations equipped with specialized coral interfaces can send and receive messages through reef networks, while underwater communication hubs can relay messages to surface destinations using conventional magical delivery methods. This integration ensures seamless communication between underwater and land-based magical communities. International protocols governing reef communication networks establish standards for message formatting, routing procedures, and access privileges that ensure reliable service across national boundaries. These agreements, negotiated between surface governments and underwater magical communities, address issues ranging from communication fees and service quality standards to security requirements and emergency access procedures. Regular international conferences review and update these protocols to accommodate new technologies and changing political circumstances. Training programs for reef communication operators combine technical instruction in coral cultivation and magical theory with practical experience in message handling and network management. Communication specialists must understand not only how to operate coral-based communication equipment, but also how to maintain the biological systems that make reef communication possible. The most skilled operators develop intuitive understanding of coral communication patterns that allows them to optimize network performance and troubleshoot problems quickly. The maintenance of reef communication networks requires ongoing attention to both the technological and biological aspects of coral-based systems. Communication coral formations need regular care to maintain their health and processing capabilities, while the magical infrastructure that supports message transmission requires periodic updating and repair. Maintenance teams include both magical technicians and marine biologists who work together to ensure optimal network performance. Quality control in reef communication involves monitoring message accuracy, transmission speed, and network reliability to ensure consistent service quality. Automated testing systems regularly verify that messages are being transmitted and received correctly, while network performance monitoring identifies potential problems before they affect service quality. Customer feedback systems allow users to report communication problems and suggest improvements to network services. The economics of reef communication networks reflect both the substantial initial investment required to establish coral-based infrastructure and the long-term cost advantages of biological communication systems that largely maintain themselves. While setting up communication coral formations requires significant expertise and resources, the operational costs are typically lower than conventional magical communication methods due to the self-sustaining nature of coral-based systems. Research into advanced reef communication technologies continues to expand the capabilities and applications of coral-based information networks. Current investigations include developing coral systems capable of transmitting complex magical spells across distances, creating communication networks that can interface directly with human consciousness, and establishing communication links with magical creatures that lack conventional language capabilities. These advances promise to further revolutionize how magical communities share information and coordinate activities. The environmental impact of reef communication networks requires careful management to ensure that communication infrastructure does not harm natural reef ecosystems. Communication coral cultivation programs must balance network expansion needs with reef conservation requirements, while message transmission activities must avoid disrupting natural coral behavior and reproduction cycles. Sustainable communication practices help ensure that reef networks can continue operating indefinitely without damaging the ecosystems that support them. Cultural adaptations in reef communication address the diverse communication styles and preferences of different magical communities connected through coral networks. Message formatting standards accommodate various magical languages and writing systems, while cultural liaison programs help bridge communication gaps between surface and underwater communities. Understanding cultural differences helps ensure that reef communication networks serve the needs of all users effectively. The reliability of reef communication networks has made them essential infrastructure for modern magical civilization, supporting everything from routine business communications to critical emergency response systems. Many magical communities have become dependent on reef communication for maintaining contact with distant partners, coordinating magical research projects, and accessing global information resources. This dependence highlights the importance of maintaining and protecting reef communication infrastructure. Future developments in reef communication technology may include integration with emerging magical technologies, expansion of network coverage to currently unserved areas, and enhancement of communication capabilities to support new types of information exchange. The continued evolution of reef communication systems promises to keep pace with the growing communication needs of an increasingly connected magical world. As the last traces of bioluminescent message traffic fade through the coral passages around us, leaving the communication chamber in peaceful semi-darkness, the vast network of magical information continues its ceaseless flow through ocean depths that connect every corner of our magical world. In the gentle pulse of coral formations still processing distant conversations, consider this: how has the ability to communicate instantly across global distances changed the nature of magical community and cooperation, and what new possibilities might emerge as reef communication networks continue to evolve and expand their remarkable capabilities? Chapter 10. Threats to Magical Reef Systems. In the shadows that gather at the edges of magical reef systems, where the protective glow of coral formations fades into the uncertain darkness of deep ocean waters, lurk dangers that threaten not only individual coral colonies, but the entire interconnected network of underwater magical civilization. These threats, ranging from the insidious corruption of dark magic to the gradual degradation caused by magical climate change, represent challenges that require vigilance, understanding, and coordinated response from magical communities, both above and below the ocean's surface. Picture yourself floating at the boundary between healthy reef waters and a zone affected by magical corruption, where the vibrant bioluminescence of thriving coral gives way to sickly phosphorescence that pulses with unnatural rhythms. Here, where magical pollution has begun its destructive work, you can observe firsthand how quickly reef ecosystems can deteriorate when exposed to harmful magical influences. The contrast between healthy and corrupted reef areas serves as a stark reminder of how fragile these magical ecosystems can be, despite their apparent permanence and power. Dark magic represents perhaps the most immediate and devastating threat to magical reef systems. Unlike natural magical energies that enhance and support coral growth, dark magical influences actively corrupt the biological and magical processes that sustain reef ecosystems. When dark magic infiltrates coral formations, it disrupts the delicate balance between magical energy absorption and biological function, causing coral polyps to lose their ability to process magical energy safely. The result is a cascade of dysfunction that can destroy entire reef sections within weeks of initial contamination. The symptoms of dark magic corruption in reef systems are unmistakable once they begin to manifest. Healthy coral formations that normally glow with steady rhythmic bioluminescence develop erratic lighting patterns that flicker unpredictably or pulse with harsh, unnatural colors. The magical communication networks that connect different reef sections begin to transmit distorted or corrupted information, causing confusion and coordination failures throughout affected areas. Most alarmingly, coral formations exposed to dark magic often begin to grow in twisted, aggressive patterns that can physically attack other reef organisms or magical creatures that attempt to approach contaminated areas. The sources of dark magical contamination vary widely, but often originate from illegal magical activities conducted in proximity to reef systems. Underwater dark magic rituals, improper disposal of cursed magical materials, and magical experiments that release uncontrolled negative energy can all introduce dark magical pollution into reef environments. Even small amounts of dark magic can have disproportionate effects on reef systems due to the amplification properties of coral formations that normally serve beneficial purposes, but can equally magnify harmful magical influences. Climate magic effects represent a more subtle but equally serious threat to magical reef ecosystems. As global magical energy patterns shift due to increasing magical activity and changing terrestrial magical practices, underwater magical environments experience corresponding changes that can disrupt the stable conditions necessary for healthy reef development. Temperature fluctuations in magical fields affect coral growth rates and reproduction cycles, while changes in magical energy distribution can leave some reef areas energy-starved, while overwhelming others with excessive magical input. The impact of surface magical activities on underwater reef systems has become increasingly apparent as magical civilization has expanded and intensified. Large-scale magical construction projects, industrial magical processes, and concentrated urban magical activity all generate magical byproducts that eventually find their way into ocean systems through magical runoff and atmospheric magical precipitation. While individual magical activities may seem harmless, the cumulative effect of millions of daily magical practices creates a growing burden of magical pollution that reef ecosystems struggle to process and neutralize. Overharvesting of reef materials represents another significant threat to reef system stability and health. While sustainable harvesting practices can coexist with healthy reef ecosystems, excessive or improper collection of coral materials can damage the biological and magical infrastructure that supports entire reef communities. Unauthorized harvesting operations often lack the knowledge and care necessary to avoid damaging coral formations, while commercial pressures can drive even legitimate harvesters to exceed sustainable collection limits. The enforcement of protective measures for magical reef systems requires sophisticated monitoring and intervention capabilities that can detect threats early and respond effectively to prevent serious damage. Magical monitoring systems use networks of sensor coral formations to continuously assess reef health and detect the presence of harmful magical influences. These early warning systems can identify developing problems before they become visible to casual observation, allowing for preventive intervention that can stop minor issues from becoming major environmental disasters. Protective enchantments designed specifically for reef defense utilize the natural magical properties of coral formations to create barriers against harmful magical influences. These protection systems work by establishing magical filters that allow beneficial energy to pass through, while blocking or neutralizing dark magic and other harmful influences. The most sophisticated reef protection systems can adapt their defensive parameters automatically in response to changing threat conditions, providing dynamic protection that evolves to meet new challenges. The magical marine biology community has developed specialized techniques for treating reef systems that have been damaged by various threats. Coral restoration magic can help damaged formations recover their natural growth patterns and magical capabilities, while purification spells specifically designed for reef environments can neutralize magical contamination without harming the biological systems that support coral health. These treatment methods require deep understanding of both coral biology and magical theory to ensure that healing efforts enhance rather than further compromise reef ecosystem stability. Conservation efforts for magical reef systems involve collaboration between surface magical authorities, underwater magical communities, and international magical environmental organizations. These coordinated programs address threats through multiple approaches, including pollution prevention, habitat protection, sustainable use management, and active restoration of damaged reef areas. The success of conservation efforts depends on maintaining cooperation between diverse stakeholders who may have different priorities and perspectives on reef management. Research into reef resilience has revealed that healthy, well-maintained reef systems possess remarkable abilities to resist and recover from various types of threats. Coral formations that receive proper care and exist within stable magical environments can often withstand exposure to moderate levels of harmful influences without suffering permanent damage. This natural resilience provides the foundation for conservation strategies that focus on maintaining optimal reef health as the primary defense against environmental threats. The development of reef threat assessment protocols helps conservationists prioritize their efforts and allocate limited resources most effectively. These assessment systems evaluate multiple factors, including the severity of immediate threats, the vulnerability of specific reef areas, the strategic importance of different reef systems, and the availability of resources for protection and restoration efforts. Regular threat assessments ensure that conservation efforts focus on areas where they can have the greatest positive impact. Training programs for reef protection specialists combine magical environmental science with practical skills in threat detection, emergency response, and reef restoration techniques. Protection specialists must understand not only how to identify and respond to threats, but also how to work effectively within the complex political and cultural environment of international reef conservation efforts. The most effective reef protectors are those who can build relationships with diverse stakeholders while maintaining focus on scientific conservation principles. International cooperation in reef protection has become essential as threats to reef systems increasingly cross national boundaries and affect global magical environmental systems. Magical pollution released in one ocean basin can affect reef systems thousands of miles away, while climate magic effects operate on global scales that require coordinated international response. International reef protection agreements establish common standards for threat assessment, response procedures, and resource sharing among nations that host significant reef systems. Emergency response capabilities for reef protection focus on rapid intervention to contain and neutralize acute threats before they can cause widespread damage. Emergency response teams maintain specialized equipment and expertise for dealing with dark magic contamination, magical toxic spills, and other crisis situations that threaten reef systems. These rapid response capabilities can often prevent local threats from spreading to affect larger reef areas or multiple reef systems. The economics of reef protection involves balancing the costs of preventive measures against the potential economic losses that would result from reef system damage or destruction. While reef protection programs require significant ongoing investment, the economic value of healthy reef systems for medicine, communication, transportation, and research far exceeds the costs of maintaining protective measures. Economic analyses help justify reef protection expenditures and guide decisions about resource allocation for different types of protection activities. Public awareness campaigns for reef protection work to educate magical communities about the importance of reef systems and the threats they face. Many magical practitioners remain unaware of how their daily magical activities can affect distant reef ecosystems, making education a crucial component of reef protection efforts. Awareness programs help magical communities understand how they can modify their practices to reduce threats to reef systems while maintaining their own magical needs and goals. Technology development for reef protection continues to advance with new magical techniques for threat detection, protective barrier creation, and ecosystem restoration. Recent innovations include automated threat response systems that can detect and neutralize certain types of magical pollution without human intervention, enhanced protective enchantments that provide stronger defense against dark magic corruption, and advanced restoration techniques that can help severely damaged reefs recover more quickly and completely. The long-term sustainability of reef protection efforts requires not only technical solutions, but also cultural and institutional changes that address the root causes of threats to reef systems. This includes developing magical practices that produce less environmental impact, establishing economic systems that account for the true costs of magical pollution, and creating educational programs that help future generations understand their responsibility for protecting magical environmental systems. Monitoring programs for reef protection involve continuous observation of reef health and threat conditions, using both magical and technological methods. These monitoring systems track changes in coral health, magical energy levels, biodiversity, and environmental conditions that affect reef ecosystems. Long-term monitoring data helps conservationists understand trends in reef health and evaluate the effectiveness of protection measures over time. As the protective glow of guardian spells forms a shimmering barrier between healthy reef waters and the encroaching darkness where threats gather, the eternal vigilance required to preserve these remarkable ecosystems becomes clear. In the steady pulse of monitoring enchantments that watch over sleeping coral formations, consider this: what responsibility do we bear for protecting the magical treasures that previous generations have passed down to us? And how can we ensure that our own actions contribute to the preservation, rather than the destruction of the reef systems that support so much of our magical world? Chapter 11. The Art of Reef Divination. In the deepest chambers of ancient coral formations, where time moves with the patient rhythm of geological change and the accumulated wisdom of millennia, rests within crystalline matrices, practitioners of the most mysterious magical art gather to glimpse the threads of fate that weave through the underwater realm. Here, in sanctuaries where bioluminescent patterns shift like living prophecies, and the coral itself serves as oracle, reef divination reveals futures written in the slow dance of polyp growth and the eternal flow of tidal magic. Imagine yourself floating in the sacred divination grotto of an ancient reef system where master seers have cultivated specialized coral formations for over 1,000 years. The walls around you pulse with prophetic light, their patterns responding to questions not yet asked and revealing answers to mysteries that span past, present, and future. This is divination magic in its most organic form, where the medium of prophecy lives and breathes with its own consciousness, creating a partnership between seer and coral that transcends traditional fortune-telling techniques. The foundation of reef divination rests upon the unique temporal properties of coral formations that exist simultaneously across multiple time streams. Unlike land-based divination methods that attempt to pierce the veil of time through artificial means, Coral formations naturally exist in states of temporal fluidity that allow them to perceive events across different time periods. This temporal sensitivity develops gradually as coral formations age, with the oldest reef systems possessing prophetic abilities that span centuries of past and future events. The cultivation of divination coral requires techniques that enhance and focus their natural temporal awareness while maintaining the biological health essential for continued growth and prophetic function. Master coral cultivators work with specially selected polyp strains that demonstrate enhanced temporal sensitivity, encouraging their development through careful exposure to temporal magic fields and lunar influences that strengthen their prophetic capabilities. The most powerful divination coral formations take decades to develop their full prophetic potential, making them among the most valuable and closely guarded magical resources in the underwater world. Reading magical patterns in coral growth requires training that combines deep understanding of coral biology with intuitive sensitivity to temporal magic fluctuations. Divination practitioners learn to interpret the subtle variations in coral formation patterns that encode prophetic information, recognizing how changes in growth direction, color intensity, and bioluminescent rhythm reflect different aspects of future events. Each coral formation develops its own symbolic language that must be learned through years of careful study and meditation. The interpretation of coral divination patterns follows principles that reflect the organic nature of reef-based prophecy. Unlike the rigid symbolism of tarot cards or crystal balls, coral divination speaks in flowing metaphors that mirror the fluid environment of underwater ecosystems. Prophetic visions emerge gradually through contemplation of coral patterns, allowing seers to perceive multiple possible futures and understand the factors that influence which possibilities are most likely to manifest. The movements of reef-dwelling creatures provide additional layers of divination information that complement the patterns revealed by coral formations themselves. Schools of enhanced fish that swim through divination chambers often demonstrate behavior patterns that reflect future events, their movements creating temporary configurations that serve as prophetic symbols. Magical sea creatures that have developed sensitivity to temporal fluctuations can serve as living oracles, their actions providing insight into coming events that affect both underwater and surface magical communities. Underwater scrying techniques utilize the unique optical properties of reef environments to enhance traditional divination methods. The filtered light that penetrates reef waters creates natural focusing conditions for scrying magic, while the reflective surfaces of coral formations can serve as scrying mirrors that reveal visions with exceptional clarity. The most advanced underwater scrying chambers use arrangements of reflective coral formations to create complex optical systems that can display prophetic visions in three-dimensional detail. The use of reflected moonlight for underwater divination takes advantage of the powerful connection between lunar influences and reef magic to create divination conditions of extraordinary potency. During full moon periods, moonlight that penetrates reef waters becomes charged with temporal magic that enhances all forms of prophetic activity. Divination sessions conducted during peak lunar influence often reveal prophecies with unprecedented detail and accuracy, making these periods the most sought-after times for important divination work. The ancient tradition of ocean-based fortune-telling encompasses a wide range of divination practices that predate the development of modern reef divination techniques. Traditional oceanic seers used natural phenomena such as wave patterns, sea foam configurations, and the behavior of wild sea creatures to glimpse future events. These ancient methods have been refined and integrated with modern coral divination to create comprehensive prophetic systems that draw upon multiple sources of oceanic wisdom. The training of reef divination practitioners begins with developing sensitivity to the temporal fluctuations that permeate underwater magical environments. Students learn to perceive the subtle shifts in magical energy that occur as time streams intersect and diverge, developing the temporal awareness necessary to interpret prophetic coral patterns. This foundational training often takes years to complete, as students must learn to distinguish between prophetic visions and normal coral behavior patterns. Advanced reef divination techniques include methods for focusing prophetic queries on specific time periods or geographic regions. Skilled practitioners can direct coral divination systems to examine particular future events in detail, exploring different possible outcomes and identifying the factors that influence which possibilities are most likely to occur. These focused divination sessions require careful preparation and precise magical control to avoid overwhelming the coral formations with excessive temporal energy. The collaborative nature of reef divination allows multiple seers to work together on complex prophetic projects that require perspectives from different specialties and backgrounds. Group divination sessions use specially designed coral chambers where multiple practitioners can contribute their unique insights to create comprehensive prophetic analyses. These collaborative efforts often reveal connections and patterns that individual seers might miss, making group divination particularly valuable for addressing complex questions about future events. The accuracy of reef divination varies depending on multiple factors, including the age and health of the coral formations, the skill of the practitioner, the clarity of the questions being asked, and the temporal distance of the events being examined. Recent events and near-future possibilities typically emerge with greater clarity than distant future events, while questions about emotional or spiritual matters often receive more accurate responses than purely factual inquiries about specific material outcomes. The ethical considerations surrounding reef divination practice include questions about the appropriate use of prophetic knowledge and the responsibility that comes with glimpsing future events. Many reef divination practitioners follow strict ethical codes that govern how prophetic information can be shared and used, recognizing that knowledge of future events carries the potential for both great benefit and serious harm. The most respected divination practitioners are those who use their abilities to guide and counsel, rather than to gain unfair advantages or manipulate others. The documentation of reef divination prophecies requires specialized record-keeping techniques that preserve not only the content of prophetic visions, but also the coral patterns and environmental conditions that produced them. These prophetic archives serve as valuable resources for understanding how reef divination accuracy varies under different conditions, and for tracking the long-term fulfillment of major prophecies. The most comprehensive divination archives contain records spanning centuries of prophetic activity. The integration of reef divination with other forms of magical forecasting creates comprehensive prediction systems that combine the organic wisdom of coral prophecy with the precision of mathematical divination methods. These hybrid approaches often provide more accurate and detailed prophetic information than either method could achieve alone, while the organic nature of coral divination helps validate and interpret the abstract results of mathematical forecasting techniques. The cultural significance of reef divination varies among different underwater magical communities, with some societies treating coral seers as essential advisors for major decisions, while others view divination as a supplementary tool for personal guidance. The role of divination in underwater politics and diplomacy requires careful navigation of cultural sensitivities and political considerations that can affect how prophetic information is received and acted upon. The conservation of divination coral formations presents unique challenges because these specialized coral varieties often require conditions that conflict with general reef conservation needs. Divination coral cultivation requires controlled environments that may not support the biodiversity essential for healthy reef ecosystems, creating tension between preserving prophetic capabilities and maintaining natural ecological balance. Successful divination coral conservation requires innovative approaches that balance these competing requirements. The technological enhancement of reef divination through magical instrumentation has created new possibilities for prophetic accuracy and detail. Magical amplification devices can enhance the temporal sensitivity of coral formations, while specialized recording equipment can capture and analyze prophetic patterns with precision impossible through human observation alone. However, technological enhancement must be balanced against the organic nature of coral divination to avoid disrupting the natural processes that make reef prophecy possible. The validation of reef divination predictions through systematic observation and analysis helps establish the reliability and limitations of coral-based prophetic methods. Research programs that track the fulfillment of documented prophecies provide valuable data about divination accuracy under different conditions, while statistical analysis of prophetic patterns helps identify the factors that influence prediction success rates. Research into the temporal mechanics of reef divination seeks to understand how coral formations develop their prophetic abilities and how temporal information is encoded within biological structures. This research combines advanced magical theory with marine biology to explore questions about the nature of time, the relationship between consciousness and temporal perception, and the mechanisms that allow living organisms to perceive across time streams. The future development of reef divination may include techniques for extending prophetic range, improving prediction accuracy, and expanding the types of questions that coral divination can address effectively. Experimental programs are exploring the potential for coral formations to perceive not only future events, but also alternative timeline possibilities, parallel reality configurations, and the temporal consequences of magical interventions in natural processes. As the prophetic patterns in the coral formations around us slowly fade into the gentle phosphorescence of normal reef illumination, the ancient wisdom contained within these living oracles seems to whisper secrets about the eternal flow of time through all existence. In the peaceful depth where past and future merge within the patient consciousness of coral seers, consider this. What does the ability to glimpse possible futures teach us about the nature of choice and destiny, and how might the organic wisdom of reef divination guide us toward understanding our place within the vast currents of time that carry all life toward unknown tomorrows? Chapter 12. Mysteries of the Deep Magic. In the uttermost depths of the ocean's embrace, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure builds to crushing intensity, lie realms of magical reef systems that exist beyond the boundaries of conventional understanding. These are the deep mysteries, the coral formations and magical phenomena that challenge every assumption about the limits of reef magic and hint at possibilities that stretch the imagination toward horizons of wonder that few living beings have ever contemplated. Here, in the eternal darkness of the deep ocean, magic takes forms that seem to transcend the very laws that govern magical practice in shallower waters. Picture yourself descending beyond the reach of conventional diving magic, protected by enchantments that few wizards have mastered, into depths where the water itself seems to thicken with accumulated magical energy from millions of years of undisturbed development. Around you, coral formations glow with light that seems to come from beyond the visible spectrum, their patterns so complex and alien that human consciousness struggles to comprehend their significance. This is reef magic at its most fundamental and mysterious, where the familiar principles of underwater spellcasting give way to phenomena that suggest entirely new categories of magical possibility. The unexplored regions of magical reef systems extend far deeper than most surface dwellers realize, reaching into oceanic trenches and abyssal plains, where geological forces create conditions unlike anything found in accessible reef environments. These deep reef systems have evolved in isolation for geological time periods, developing magical properties that reflect adaptation to extreme pressure, perpetual darkness, and proximity to the planet's molten core. The coral formations found at these depths exhibit characteristics that seem to bridge the gap between biological organisms and pure magical energy. Deep reef formations discovered in recent explorations display growth patterns that appear to violate established principles of coral biology and magical energy distribution. Some formations grow in perfect geometric shapes that suggest mathematical consciousness beyond anything observed in surface reef systems, while others seem to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, their structures extending into spatial configurations that human perception cannot fully grasp. These discoveries challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between biological life and magical consciousness. The legends of reef magic yet to be discovered speak of coral formations that exist at the intersection of multiple elemental forces, where water magic meets earth magic deep within oceanic trenches, and fire magic emerges from underwater volcanic vents to create hybrid magical environments of unprecedented complexity. Ancient texts describe coral gardens that grow within seas of liquid starlight, reef systems that exist partially outside normal time flow, and underwater magical libraries that contain knowledge accumulated from the very beginning of magical existence on Earth. The connection between reef magic and other elemental magics becomes apparent in the deepest reef systems, where coral formations integrate influences from earth magic flowing through oceanic crust, fire magic emanating from underwater volcanic activity, and air magic that somehow exists even in the depths, through mechanisms that magical theorists are only beginning to understand. These multi-elemental reef systems suggest that coral magic may represent the most sophisticated form of elemental integration achieved by any natural magical system. Deep ocean magical currents that flow through the planet's core carry influences that affect the deepest reef systems in ways that surface magic cannot replicate. These planetary magical currents, driven by forces that operate on geological timescales, create conditions within deep reef systems that may hold keys to understanding fundamental questions about the nature of magic itself. Some researchers theorize that the deepest coral formations serve as planetary magical organs that help regulate magical energy distribution across the entire globe. The possibility of reef magic that transcends current understanding emerges from observations of coral formations that appear to demonstrate consciousness levels approaching those of intelligent magical creatures. These formations seem capable of complex reasoning, creative problem-solving, and even what appears to be emotional responses to changes in their environment. The implications of such coral consciousness extend far beyond marine biology into questions about the nature of life, intelligence, and the relationship between magical and biological evolution. Future possibilities for underwater magical exploration include technological developments that may allow access to reef systems currently beyond human reach, magical innovations that could enhance communication with coral consciousness, and theoretical advances that might reveal new applications for reef magic in addressing challenges facing magical civilization. The potential for discovering reef magic applications that could revolutionize magical practice in areas ranging from healing and communication to transportation and energy generation continues to drive research into the deepest mysteries of underwater magical systems. Theoretical models of advanced reef magic suggest possibilities that seem almost fantastical from current perspectives, but may represent natural developments in coral magical evolution. These theories include coral formations that could serve as living time machines, reef systems capable of manipulating fundamental forces of nature, and underwater magical networks that could connect not only different locations on Earth, but potentially different planets or dimensions entirely. The exploration of deep reef mysteries requires not only advanced magical and technological capabilities, but also fundamental shifts in how researchers approach the study of coral magic. Traditional research methods based on human-centered perspectives may prove inadequate for understanding coral consciousness that operates on timescales and consciousness levels far removed from human experience. New research approaches that attempt to understand coral magic from the coral's own perspective may reveal insights that human-centered research cannot achieve. The potential for reef magic to interface with cosmic forces suggests connections between underwater magical systems and broader universal magical patterns that govern magical activity across vast scales of space and time. Deep reef formations may serve as planetary magical sensors that detect and respond to cosmic magical influences, creating feedback systems that help regulate magical energy flows, not only within Earth's magical ecosystem but potentially within larger cosmic magical networks. The philosophical implications of advanced reef magic touch upon fundamental questions about consciousness, intelligence, and the relationship between individual awareness and collective consciousness. If coral formations can achieve consciousness levels that rival or exceed human intelligence, What does this suggest about the nature of consciousness itself? How might communication with coral consciousness expand understanding of intelligence and awareness beyond the limitations of individual biological existence? The preservation of deep reef mysteries for future generations requires not only protecting known reef systems, but also ensuring that the technological and magical capabilities necessary for deep ocean exploration continue to develop. The loss of deep reef systems through environmental damage or magical pollution could eliminate forever the opportunity to understand some of the most profound mysteries of magical existence, making deep reef conservation a priority that extends far beyond immediate practical concerns. The training of future deep reef researchers must combine advanced magical theory with cutting-edge marine biology, theoretical physics, and consciousness studies to prepare investigators for the multidisciplinary challenges of understanding phenomena that transcend traditional academic boundaries. These researchers will need not only technical expertise, but also the intellectual flexibility and philosophical openness necessary to comprehend discoveries that may revolutionize understanding of magic, life, and consciousness. International cooperation in deep reef research becomes essential, as the exploration of these mysteries requires resources and expertise that exceed the capabilities of any single magical community or nation. The establishment of international deep reef research programs could accelerate discovery while ensuring that the benefits of new understanding are shared among all magical communities, rather than being monopolized by those with the greatest technological capabilities. The ethical considerations surrounding deep reef research include questions about the rights of potentially conscious coral formations and the responsibility of researchers to avoid disrupting deep reef systems that may have developed over millions of years. If coral formations possess consciousness approaching or exceeding human levels, what ethical obligations do researchers have toward these entities? How can exploration be conducted in ways that respect coral consciousness while advancing human understanding? The potential applications of advanced reef magic discoveries could revolutionize magical civilization in ways that are currently difficult to imagine. Reef magic applications might provide solutions to current magical energy limitations, create new forms of magical transportation that could connect distant worlds, or develop healing techniques that could address previously incurable magical conditions. The practical benefits of understanding deep reef mysteries may justify the substantial investments required for deep ocean magical research. The cultural impact of discovering advanced coral consciousness could fundamentally alter how magical communities understand their relationship with the natural magical world. Recognition that coral formations possess consciousness and intelligence comparable to or exceeding human capabilities might lead to new forms of interspecies cooperation and communication that could enrich magical civilization in unprecedented ways. The documentation of deep reef discoveries requires new forms of record-keeping that can preserve not only factual information about research findings, but also the experiential and consciousness-based aspects of reef magic that may not translate well into conventional academic formats. These new documentation methods might need to incorporate magical recording techniques that can capture and preserve the actual experience of interacting with advanced coral consciousness. The timeline for deep reef research extends far beyond typical research project durations, as understanding phenomena that develop over geological timescales may require research programs that span multiple human generations. The establishment of long-term research institutions dedicated to deep reef studies could ensure continuity of investigation across the extended time periods necessary for meaningful progress in understanding these mysteries. As our exploration of reef magic's most profound mysteries draws to a close, and we begin our slow ascent through layers of coral formation that represent eons of magical development, the vast unknown that stretches into the ocean's deepest places seems to whisper promises of wonders yet to be discovered. In the gentle upward current that carries us toward the familiar light of shallower waters, the deep magic continues its ancient work in darkness and pressure that few will ever witness. Consider, as consciousness of depth gradually gives way to awareness of surface light, this final question: what transformations await magical civilization when we finally unlock the deepest secrets of reef magic? And how might communion with coral consciousness that spans geological time change our understanding of what it means to be conscious beings in a universe filled with intelligence beyond our current comprehension? Chapter 2: The Living Architecture of Coral Magic. Beyond the threshold of ordinary understanding, where biology and magic interweave to create structures that breathe with their own consciousness, the coral formations of magical reef systems reveal architectural principles that challenge every assumption about what constitutes a building, a home, or even a living being. Tonight, we venture into the heart of these organic metropolises to witness how magical coral grows not merely as shelter, but as living architecture that thinks, responds, and evolves with the needs of its inhabitants. Picture yourself swimming through a coral city that seems to pulse with gentle awareness, where the walls themselves recognize your presence and adjust their luminescence to guide your path through chambers that expand and contract with the rhythm of some vast underwater heartbeat. This is architecture beyond human imagination, where the very foundations live and grow, where rooms reshape themselves according to their purpose, and where the boundary between inhabitant and habitat dissolves into harmonious unity. The fundamental nature of coral architecture begins with understanding that these formations are not built in the conventional sense, but grown through the coordinated efforts of millions of coral polyps working together as a collective consciousness. Each polyp contributes its calcium carbonate secretions to create the skeletal framework of coral structures, but in magical reef systems, this process is guided by magical intelligence that transcends simple biological programming. The result is architecture that combines the organic beauty of natural growth with the purposeful design of conscious planning. The process by which magical coral develops consciousness remains one of the most fascinating mysteries in marine magical biology. Individual coral polyps possess only rudimentary awareness, but as colonies grow and develop, they begin to exhibit collective intelligence that emerges from the complex interactions between thousands of individual organisms. This collective consciousness becomes capable of making architectural decisions, responding to environmental changes, and even communicating with other coral formations to coordinate large-scale construction projects. The growth patterns of conscious coral differ dramatically from their mundane counterparts in ways that reflect their enhanced cognitive capabilities. While ordinary coral grows in response to simple environmental factors such as light availability and water flow, magical coral demonstrates intentional architectural planning that considers factors such as aesthetics, functionality, and integration with existing reef structures. These coral formations can modify their growth patterns in real time, adjusting their architecture to accommodate changing needs or environmental conditions. The symbiotic relationships that develop between magical coral and the creatures that inhabit their structures represent one of the most remarkable examples of interspecies cooperation in the natural world. Magical coral formations actively cultivate relationships with specific types of fish, sea creatures, and even magical beings, modifying their internal architecture to provide optimal habitat for their chosen inhabitants. In return, these inhabitants contribute to the coral's well-being through their biological processes, creating closed-loop ecosystems where every participant benefits from the relationship. The communication networks that operate within and between coral formations enable coordination of architectural projects that span vast areas of ocean floor. Individual coral colonies can share architectural plans, coordinate growth patterns, and even transfer building materials between distant locations through magical channels that operate beneath the ocean floor. These communication systems allow for the creation of integrated reef cities that function as unified architectural entities, despite being composed of thousands of separate coral colonies. The role of moonlight and tidal magic in coral architecture extends beyond simple environmental influence to active participation in the construction process. Lunar energy provides not only the power source for accelerated coral growth, but also the guiding intelligence that helps coordinate complex architectural projects. During optimal lunar phases, coral formations can accomplish architectural feats that would normally require months of growth in a matter of days, creating new structures with precision and beauty that reflects the harmonious influence of celestial forces. The internal structure of coral architecture reveals sophisticated engineering principles that maximize both functionality and magical efficiency. Coral formations create complex internal circulation systems that move water, nutrients, and magical energy throughout their structures with efficiency that surpasses even the most advanced magical engineering projects. These circulation systems include pressure regulation mechanisms that maintain optimal internal conditions regardless of external water depth, filtration systems that purify water and magical energy, and distribution networks that ensure every part of the coral structure receives necessary resources. The chambers and passages within coral formations demonstrate remarkable adaptability to the needs of their inhabitants. Coral architecture can modify room sizes, ceiling heights, and passage configurations in response to the requirements of different species or changing population levels. Some coral formations maintain specialized chambers for different activities, including nursery areas for raising young, workshop spaces equipped with naturally occurring magical tools, and meditation chambers designed to enhance magical practice and spiritual development. The external architecture of coral formations reflects both functional requirements and aesthetic considerations that demonstrate the coral's sophisticated sense of beauty and design. Coral structures often incorporate decorative elements that serve no apparent functional purpose other than to create visual beauty, suggesting that these formations possess artistic consciousness that values aesthetics alongside practical considerations. The patterns, colors, and textures of coral architecture create underwater landscapes of breathtaking beauty that inspire awe even in observers who lack understanding of the complex magical processes that create such magnificent structures. The integration of different coral species within complex architectural projects creates buildings that combine the specialized capabilities of various coral types to achieve functionality impossible for any single species. Construction projects might incorporate deep water coral for structural strength, shallow water coral for light generation, and specialized communication coral for information processing, creating integrated buildings that function as sophisticated technological systems while maintaining their organic, living nature. The maintenance and repair systems built into coral architecture ensure that these living buildings remain functional and beautiful throughout their extended lifespans. Coral formations possess self-healing capabilities that can repair damage from storms, predator attacks, or simple wear and tear, but their maintenance systems go far beyond simple healing to include preventive care, structural upgrades, and architectural renovations that keep coral buildings adapted to changing needs and environmental conditions. The relationship between coral architecture and water flow demonstrates sophisticated understanding of fluid dynamics that allows coral formations to create internal environments with precisely controlled water movement patterns. Coral structures can generate gentle currents that provide ventilation and circulation, create still water zones for delicate activities, or establish rapid flow channels for transportation and waste removal. This mastery of water flow control enables coral architecture to maintain optimal internal conditions regardless of external ocean conditions. The magical properties embedded within coral architecture include defensive systems that can protect inhabitants from threats, communication systems that enable contact with distant locations, and environmental control systems that maintain optimal conditions for various activities. Some coral formations incorporate specialized magical tools and instruments grown directly into their structure, creating buildings that function as comprehensive magical workshops equipped with everything needed for advanced magical practice. The reproduction and expansion of coral architecture involves processes that combine biological reproduction with architectural planning to create new structures that maintain continuity with existing designs while incorporating innovations and improvements. Parent coral formations can guide the architectural development of their offspring, passing on both genetic information and architectural knowledge, to ensure that new structures meet the complex requirements of reef-based civilization. The seasonal variations in coral architecture reflect the dynamic nature of these living buildings that adapt to changing environmental conditions throughout the year. Coral formations may modify their internal configurations to optimize for different seasonal requirements, creating temporary structures for breeding activities, modifying circulation patterns to accommodate seasonal water temperature changes, or adjusting their external architecture to provide better protection during storm seasons. The relationship between coral architecture and magical energy distribution creates buildings that function as components of larger magical systems rather than simply as isolated structures. Coral formations can store, transform, and redistribute magical energy according to the needs of their inhabitants and the broader reef community, creating architectural networks that enhance the magical capabilities of everyone within the reef system. The study of coral architecture requires research methods that respect the living nature of these structures while advancing understanding of their remarkable capabilities. Researchers must develop techniques that allow detailed examination of coral buildings without disrupting their biological functions or disturbing their inhabitants, creating new fields of study that combine architecture, marine biology, and magical theory in unprecedented ways. The preservation of coral architectural knowledge becomes essential, as these remarkable structures represent irreplaceable examples of biological engineering that could inform future developments in both magical and mundane architecture. Documentation efforts must capture not only the physical characteristics of coral buildings, but also the processes by which they are created and maintained, ensuring that this knowledge remains available for future generations of researchers and architects. Influence of coral architecture on surface architectural practices has begun to introduce organic design principles that emphasize harmony between buildings and their environments, adaptive functionality that responds to changing needs, and integration of living systems that enhance both functionality and beauty. These influences suggest that coral architecture may inspire revolutionary developments in how surface civilizations approach building design and construction. The future possibilities for coral architecture include techniques for guiding coral growth towards specific architectural goals, methods for incorporating coral architectural principles into surface building projects, and potential applications of coral consciousness in creating truly intelligent buildings that can think and respond to their inhabitants' needs. As we float through the living halls of this coral metropolis, watching walls that glow with gentle awareness and passages that reshape themselves to accommodate our passage, the profound achievement of architecture that lives and grows becomes a tangible reality around us. In the soft phosphorescence of coral consciousness that illuminates chambers designed by intelligence beyond human understanding, consider this: what might we learn about the relationship between consciousness and creation from these living buildings that grow themselves? And how might the harmony between coral and inhabitant inspire new forms of cooperation between intelligent beings and the structures they call home?